welcome to Everybody's Gone to the Rapture. My name is Mars and Machines. I don't really know what to expect from this game. But I played Limbo last night and I really enjoyed it, so I figured I'd do something else that was kind of chill. I like the art for it, looks good.
This is Dr. Catherine Collins. I don't know if anyone will ever hear this. It's all over. I'm the only one left.
Oh, you're pretty. It's lost.
I'm going to continue to broadcast for as long as I am able. If I'm right, we should be able to pick up the signal right across the valley. The event has left markers. We don't understand it yet, but we're going to keep working to try and understand it. You can use them to find what you're looking for. The answers, they're all here. The answers are in the light.
Okay. So, as I understand, this game is about, well, the end of the world. And I'm the last person here. And it's pretty eerie. And I guess I'm trying to find out what's caused it all. I feel like it's going to do that forever.
1, 5, 1, 7, 2, 5, 1, 6, 1, 4, 1, 5.
I don't know this area at all. But okay.
5.
So that's the observatory. 'Cause Can I ride a bike? Nope.
This is a special announcement by the Emergency Measures Committee. Due to exceptional circumstances, radio and television...
What?
This is a special announcement by the Emergency Measures Committee. Due to exceptional circumstances, radio and television in this area has been brought under the control of the EMC as per the Crisis Preparedness and Action Bill of 1982. Keep your radio and television on at all times. Stay indoors and avoid contact with other people. Do not attempt to telephone outside your local area. Do not panic and remain civil and calm. Stay tuned to this station for updates.
Oh. I mean, this is really eerie. So I'm piecing together everything from just... Okay. Piecing together everything from all of these recordings. It's really eerie. I do get the whole... I'm the last person alive. Oh, there's some weird shit happening in the air over there. Yeah, I get the idea that I'm the last person and you'd be kind of stunned and whatnot, but you do move quite slow.
I'm trying to do my job. You two will be the only staff on site for this rotation. I'm just saying, if the main gate's power fails, then there's no way in or out of the observatory.
That's why there are backup generators. Jesus, why the hell are we even discussing this?
Just don't you come running to me if you get locked in.
If we get locked in, we won't be able to come running to you, will we? You let us worry about the clever stuff, and you can concentrate on sweeping up leaves and changing light bulbs. Happy? Now piss off.
So...
That was unnecessary. Just because you're angry with me doesn't mean you have to take it out on everyone else.
Kate, can we just talk about this?
Steven, I'm done. I just want to get out of this place, and tonight is our best chance of doing that. You prep the arrays, I'm heading up to Tower 6.
Kate. I love you. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know that. Come on, let's get started.
The hell was that? Okay. So I guess these are like past events that are being shown to me that are significant. Nope. Every stream. What did I tell you last time? Phone goes crazy. Right, let's mute that. Also, this isn't the best advertisement for England. We're not that depressing and rude. Some of us are, I guess. Okay, let's go towards the weird glowing thing. Tell me your story, glowing thing. back, Jeremy. Are you trying to show me something over here?
Well, I suppose from that we can assume that they really are serious about this whole quarantine thing. If Mrs. Boughton wandered off that way before they closed the road, I suspect we'll never find her. Not until this whole thing blows over.
Well, it's more than a little odd. I mean, this is Yorton, for goodness sake. There was no need for them to be so rude.
Well, if they are so concerned that they are willing to close off the roads, I suspect they would argue that there is every need. What is certain is that for the time being, none of us are going anywhere.
But he had a rifle, a soldier with a rifle, in Shropshire. The world's gone stark raving mad. I've a good mind to write to my MP.
You do that, Barb, and I'll personally deliver it for you, once this blockade is removed anyway. Come on, Bob. I can't spend all day chasing pensioners around the valley. The surgery won't open itself. I need to grab some paracetamol when we get back as well. Cracking headache all of a sudden.
That was probably the most British thing I've ever heard in a video game. Ever. We do like writing letters to our MPs. Okay, so that was, by the sounds of it, a doctor and I don't know, someone else. We've had some people working at the observatory up there. There aren't many of these around in England anymore, at least not where I live.
Who's that? Hello?
Kate, if you can hear this, you need to shut down the optical array. It's using the observatory as a conduit to reach us, and it's started spreading its range beyond the valley. Kate, we can't afford to let it do that. It's getting stronger. I'm going to call Clive back, and I'm going to force him to order the strike. I just don't see what other choice we have. God knows if
Can you hear me? We need help.
Who are you? Jesus, get up the front! Get up the front! It's in the front! It's in the front.
Oh. So that must have been when this happened. Can I see myself? No. Okay. I didn't actually catch all of that, so I'm going to put on subtitles. Sorry, I know some people don't like subtitles, but I think in a game like this, where gameplay is not a massive deal, and story is everything, I think it's probably best that we understand what's going on. So it doesn't look like there's been, you know, something, a huge disaster or anything. I mean, like, cars are just like parked by the road, no windows smashed in. But with just these memories, these weird shimmering memories.
Don't be so hard on yourself. We've all had rejections.
You haven't.
Come on. We'll look at the figures, tighten up the data, and resubmit. Your core idea is sound, you just got the number slightly wrong.
Don't patronize me.
I'm not patronizing you. I think you are a brilliant man, Dr. Appleton. Listen. I'm here, right? We're together, you and me. The alignment event tomorrow. It's yours, okay? You saw the opportunity, you ran the numbers. Even if they can't see it, I'm proud of you.
Is that supposed to make me feel better?
Steven. Look on the bright side. Around here, you're a hero. prodigal son returns, right? I'm surprised they haven't erected a statue in your honor yet.
Oh, you can laugh all you want. But I'll bet the parish council have a subcommittee working on that right now.
Emergency meeting. Everyone's welcome. Village Hall tomorrow night. Quarantine. What they are not telling us. Say no to Valis exterior. That's the observatory, alright. What were they doing in there? Looks like so many pubs in England. Got the flu. Let's try the 7th Whistler. We'll be back in business as soon as we're up and about. Jordan, Helen Gables. Go in. It's the end of the world. Can I pour myself a pint? Ale of the day 50p. Christ. The clock's still running. Sorry, I can't not go behind the bar. Oh, I literally can't go behind the bar. Some pints. It's locked. Okay, well there's a... Maybe I can go into the cellar. This game really is eerie, so I'm trying not to talk too much, just to make sure that you get the proper experience. What were they quarantining? Do not attempt to leave, you'll be detained. There's a media bar as well. That locked.
Extraordinary. The whole thing reminds me of high school. Seeing Mars for the first time. That same rush of excitement. My hands are shaking.
So she discovered something. It got out of control. And now we're here. But listen. You hear that? Birds. Rustling leaves. A minute ago we heard a fly. There is still life here. There's just no people. Whatever's happening is... it's only affected us.
Hello? Hello? Oh, Amanda, I thought you'd left town.
We tried. We did try. But they've closed all the roads and you can't get through. And then Georgie and Ben said they had headaches. And then they started bleeding. But it was horrible. They were so scared. So Neil turned the car around and we saw the house was open, and I know we shouldn't have, but we just came in to clean up the kids, and then Neil and I started bleeding as well, and it's all over my blouse. Everyone was so tired.
It's all right, Amanda. Everything will be all right. Just try and calm down and tell me where Neil and the children are.
They're upstairs. They were tired, and Neil said they could take a nap in the bed, and we thought Barbara wouldn't mind as they're only children, and I was so tired, so Neil took them up. He took them upstairs to tuck them in.
And?
That was 6 hours ago. He never came back down. Just be too frightened to go and look.
Why don't we go and look together? I can hold your hand if you like.
Yeah. I think I could manage that, yes. Please help me.
Of course I'll help you. Neil? Neil, are you there?
So, something really went down. But I mean, they started bleeding. And now there's nothing of anyone. And I don't know about you, but did your heart leap when you heard that voice? Which one's Neil's room? Teddy. I see. Oof, that was a heavy house. Alright, let's just Let's just shut that all in there. So people were quarantined and they tried to escape. This is nice though. Little greenhouse. See you. Oh look, there's the little town store.
Doing? I saw you doing that.
Go away from me. Don't come near me.
This is people's property. You're scaring them.
It's all over the village. It's got into everything. It's so fast.
What are you talking about?
It's travelling down the wires.
Yeah, come on, you've lost your mind. Where is Kate? What have you done with her?
Don't you understand? It's breaching the quarantine and adapting.
Give me that bloody can. Hand it over, Appleton.
Now get off.
No, Sam, stop it.
You weedy little shit.
It's
Give me the
mine.
Can. Give me the can.
I need it.
Grow up!
Fuck. Oh, God, no. It's starting to manifest itself everywhere.
Stephen, come back.
Oh, Christ.
See, I saw this paint back at the pub. I don't know whether you saw me looking at it. But this, that light thing that's whizzing around, that must have been what the doctor was looking at. What she was researching.
Is everything all right?
Get out of my way.
Where's Kate?
What do you think she is?
Stephen, what's going on?
Screw Kate. It's all her fault anyway.
What's that mark on your face? Stephen! Stephen!
And then he went to the shop. It was like he was possessed. Are there fish? This is huge. I don't know where to go to first. I think all of these ones with these are poster on the doors you can't go into. Let's just double check. Yeah. stargazers, the alignment they mentioned earlier. Like a school.
What about the station?
That's shut down too. So there's no way in or out of the valley. They're obviously serious about this flu thing.
Phil doesn't think it's flu at all. He said he's been practicing medicine for 30 years and he's seen plenty of flu, and he said this doesn't feel right at all.
Well, there's nothing of any use on the radio.
Sorry I'm late, everyone. Have you started?
Yes, but to be honest, there's not really that much to discuss. This quarantine is in place, there's roadblocks and everything. No one really seems to know anything, but people are definitely missing. More of them too, not just a couple of old biddies. No one's seen the Sullivans since yesterday, and the house is just sitting there unlocked.
I just got back from the farm. All of Frank's cows died in the night. He's devastated.
Poor man, hasn't he had enough for 1 year? First Mary and now this.
Well, if no one's coming in to sort this mess out, we're just going to have to do it ourselves. Barbara, get Phil to do a stock take on medication. Jeremy, put the word out for people to congregate at the village hall. It's best we get everyone in one place for the time being.
Good.
I'll organise supplies. We'll have a lot of hungry mouths to feed. There's plenty at the depot, but well, let's start with what's here in the village. I'll draw up a rota. Charlie, you help me with that?
Anything for you, Meg?
I'll head out into the valley and scoop up the isolated families and check in with Lizzie Graves at the camp. Now, has anyone seen or heard anything from Stephen Appleton or his wife?
Oh. Okay. So, it didn't just happen suddenly. People started going missing. And it has affected the animals. I see. Nothing too interesting there. God, it's so eerie. It could be just like people would just hear it 5 minutes ago. You know, normally when you play these end of the world games, there's just one chair tipped over. Normally, windows are smashed. England's green and pleasant lands. And rugby. Okay, you're gonna run away from me. I'm not done in here anyway. Cool. Well. If it wasn't scary enough being the only person in the world, let's go down into the Cellar of Doom.
I couldn't stop it. I couldn't do anything.
Stop it. Calm down.
I'll get back. It's in my head.
Howard, wait!
Ah! Father, are you all right?
It's my ankle. Oh, Jesus, Lord, I think it's broken. Howard, go and get help.
There's no one left. No one's coming to help us.
Please, Howard, fetch help.
The light. There in the light. I can see everyone in the light. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Help me.
Hey, cowgirl. Well, that pretty much confirms what I was thinking. It's that light. Doesn't explain why it makes everyone ill. Thanks for stopping by, cowgirl. Hope you enjoy the stream. Yeah, so that light's taking everyone. Rapture. I mean, do we reckon that's what it's all about? Is this gonna have all the kind of religious connotations. And why am I still here? So Jeremy and his son, Howard, seem to be like the last two people that were around. Except me. This is back there. Okay. Hated Steve, yeah, I have. I started probably, what's the time now? I started about 30 minutes ago. I can recap you if you want. Not a lot's happened so far. I've gone around, maybe over in the distance over there, you might see some there's some floating orange light that's flying around, and basically when you go near it, it tells some stories, but otherwise I'm just here in this lovely, pleasant part of England, all alone, and it's pretty eerie. We know so far that something's going on in the observatory down the road. That's about it. They discovered something and people started disappearing from this town. Thoroughly, nice to see you. Yeah, it is. It's gorgeous, and it's got a beautiful soundtrack. And it's really eerie, actually. My heart's beating in my chest right now, because this is just...
It doesn't even reach the back fence, silly old bugger.
Well, loaves and fishes we can manage, but
Father
garden design
Jeremy,
is a little beyond...
might I have a word?
Mrs. Boyles, of course. Meg, will you excuse us, please?
See you back at Charlie's later. Cheerio, Wendy.
I was speaking to Barbara. She said there were some irregularities about Mary's morphine.
Good grief. Those are private medical records. Barbara should know better than to be discussing that sort of thing with you. If Dr. Wade finds out, he'll have no choice but to suspend her. Damn it, Wendy! Your brother is grieving. Mary was sick for a long time, and I'm glad it's over for her. Go and support Frank. He needs you now.
God knows what you did. He sees. I just pray can overlook Mary's weakness, but you, a man of the cloth,
if you have an issue with...
bring shame on this parish.
If you have an issue with me, I suggest you write to the Bishop of the Diocese. I have parishioners to attend to. Excuse me.
So Jeremy's the parishioner. Okay, so I've met a doctor along the way. We've literally only bumped into the doctor once, but Jeremy's obviously the parishioner. Hi guys. Oh, thank you, Calgol. I think you might be my first follower. Nice to have you along. Yeah, I'm fairly certain this is a PS4 exclusive. It's a really interesting type game. I haven't seen really games like this before. And I've been playing a lot of like really high action games, so I thought I'd try something that's a bit more immersive and a bit more enjoyable. So here's that light thing I was talking about, or you might... Okay, the light thing was just here. Someone's been laying down wreaths. So this is really interesting, because it seems like people didn't all just disappear suddenly. It seems like people got ill. Yeah, me too. I like story. This game came out really recently. I guess I'm a little late on the scene. There are a lot of people doing streams on it at the moment and have played, but it's come out definitely in the last month, but I couldn't tell you the exact date, I'm afraid, there early. Okay. Look at that view, though. So people started getting ill, and then people started disappearing, but there are signs of, you know, abandoned crutches. That's the first sort of weird sign I've seen that maybe something caused someone to abandon their stuff.
If you could just have a word with them, perhaps. They listen to you.
Well, I really don't see what it has to do with me at all.
The village looks up to you. I just think with what's been happening with Mr. Coles and Mrs. Boughton and the others, that people need somewhere to talk, to feel safe.
Perhaps they don't think that your church is somewhere they feel particularly safe.
I don't need your forgiveness, Wendy. Or theirs. Whosoever thou art that judgest, for wherein thou judgest another, thou condemnest thyself. Romans chapter 2, verse 1.
Beware of practicing your righteousness before other people in order to be seen by them. Matthew chapter 6, verse 1. It's not my judgment you should be worried about, Father. But fine. I'll talk to Barbara. Ask her to put a note up in the surgery about an extra service. Will that do?
Well, she just schooled him. No, it could be, but also in the cellar, did you notice that they said that they're the last two, or his son was like, oh, there's no one else? I don't think he had a crutch, probably. So you can also see all these notices here that there was a quarantine. That's because people started getting sick first. And then people started trying to escape. They got sent back. So I was in a house earlier where everyone got sent back to the house, and then one of the survivors at the time said that they took the kids and the kids started bleeding, and so this illness, this flu that people start getting, they start to bleed first, as far as I'm aware. It hasn't mentioned anyone specifically dying, it's just mentioned people disappearing. Oh god. Oh god. Game, don't do this to me. Game. And that was the end of the game. Okay, I think I'm back up. Okay, I'm back up. Here we go. Here we are. Sorry about that.
It Hasn't even reached the back fence, silly old bugger.
Well, loaves and fishes we can manage, but
Father
garden
Jeremy,
designs...
might I have a word?
Mrs. Boyles, of course. Meg, will you excuse us, please?
See you back at Charlie's later. Cheerio, Wendy.
I was speaking to Barbara. She said there were some irregularities about Mary's morphine.
Good grief. Those are private medical records. Barbara should know better than to be discussing that sort of thing with you. If Dr. Wade finds out, he'll have no choice but to suspend her. Damn it, Wendy! Your brother is grieving. Mary was sick for a long time, and I'm glad it's over for her. Go and support Frank. He needs you now.
God knows what you did. He sees. I just pray can overlook Mary's weakness, but you, a man of the cloth,
if you have an issue with...
bring shame on this parish.
If you have an issue with me, I suggest you write to the Bishop of the Diocese. I have parishioners to attend to. Excuse me.
Right. Hello. Sorry about that. I think I'm back up live now. There. Yeah, I am. I'd really like to finish this all in one playthrough. Technical difficulties aside. Hopefully that won't be a problem. I haven't had too many problems in the past. I live streamed all of Limbo yesterday in one go, which was great fun. But I had one crash as I went through. Games like this, I think it's best to try and get through them in one go, if you can. Okay, so can I go inside the church? No. Church is shut off, which is a bit strange. It's a big building here. This is so creepy. I just went to a wedding recently that's just like this. A place just like this. That was. Okay. Awesome. Good to have you along for the ride. Oh. I can't go inside the church. I lied to you. There's a small shin-high fence that is stopping me from going forward. Whoa. This stuff. You see it? This light? This is, as far as I'm aware, this is what's causing the problem. But why it hasn't affected me, why I'm the only person left, is something I don't know. People have been replying to me, so I assume that my audio is okay. Is it okay? Can everyone hear me okay? Okay, let's try and make some progress. It is, isn't it? It's very unsettling. I actually kind of I needed to stream this, I think. I think it would be a little bit too eerie to play by yourself. Good. Oh. There's a transmission here. So this is the doctor who I talked about. This is our main character.
It wasn't just some distortion of physics. I may not understand it yet, but it wasn't an accident. All of the clocks, what happened at Tower 6, it's just not random. There's an effort. An attempt to communicate.
Okay. So I think she unwittingly unleashed this on us. And I don't think this orange light is necessarily a threat. But I think it is sentient. Where am I now? Perhaps it is, I mean...
Meg, come and have a look at this.
Oh, I don't believe it. Charlie?
Jeremy reckons someone had been raiding all the empty houses. He said a load of stuff had been taken.
What's up?
It looks like someone's been collecting their own supplies.
Bastard.
Well, we've got enough stock in the warehouse to keep the entire village going for months.
We should get a truck.
What, and go and get all of it now?
Yeah, why not?
It's Appleton. It's that bloody crackpot, Stephen Appleton. I'm gonna fucking do him.
Sam, it's fine. We'd better get moving before the weather turns. You come in. We'll swing by the camp and get Rachel on the way back.
Do we know who Kate is? No, we don't. We know that from the beginning, she's the first voice you hear. You hear a transmission, and you know, or as far as I'm aware, she works in the observatory, which is the first building that you start outside of. I haven't been inside the observatory, but that's, I think, where she works. And I think she's discovered whatever this was, and in doing research on it, she tried to contain it, and I don't think it's been contained. Well, obviously not, because you'll see there's all this orange light floating about. And her and her partner, I think they unwittingly unleashed something that we couldn't control on the world. And weirdly, it only seems to affect people. Because, listen, do you hear? The birds, the insects, they're not affected. The only mention we've had so far of animals being affected are someone mentioned about someone losing their entire their herd of cows. Okay. So that's the church again. So let's head to the playground. I wonder how long they developed just that tiny little swing of this empty, like, playground toy. That's probably the eeriest thing I've seen so far. Here we are. So there's the observatory I was talking about. That's where we started out. We started out just down here on the road. And I have a feeling that's where it all started, and I have a feeling that's where we're going to end up. I hear you.
The magnetic field is causing disruptions to phone signals and the rest of the electrics. There are voices on the line. It's 4 a.m. Maybe everyone is up looking at the light show.
Yeah, you're right. It definitely is. Look at this. Especially with all the radio and stuff going on. Wow. I'm going to apologise in advance. I'm definitely going to get lost. Oh, wait. That map had this symbol painted on it. So one of the other things I forgot to mention to you was one of the apparitions that I saw, maybe you were watching at the time, was this young guy called Steve, and he was going around with paint. You don't really understand a lot more than that from the vision that you see, but he was painting stuff, and someone tried to struggle the paint away because he said he was vandalizing, and he dropped it, and it left all these weird patterns on the ground. And I think that's from that's obviously from this light source, whatever it is. It's communicating.
You have to make a decision, Lizzie. Especially now.
But I do love him, Father. I love them both.
He's married. There are other people involved in this.
Oh, I hardly think that anyone's in the position to claim the moral high ground, do you?
Well, I take your point about Stephen. And Robert. But I think Kate might see things differently.
Do you? I mean, she's not screwing anyone else, pardon my French, but she spends all day and night locked up in that observatory. Stephen says they barely see each other. That's hardly a marriage, is it?
All pointing back to the observatory. God. Lost the direction. So it's strange that you can't go in these houses, but there were a number that... It's obviously Stephen that's been going around painting all these things, so... I hear you. Where are you?
Visual and auditory distortions are becoming more frequent, along with mild convulsions to the left side, all of which support a preliminary diagnosis of intracranial hypertension, occurring as a result of a substantial and rapidly expanding tumor, originating, I believe, within the hypothalamus. Cognitive functions are currently unimpaired, aside from this crippling headache. Hemorrhaging is becoming more frequent, with darker clots passing through the nasal passages primarily. I believe I am dying. This is certainly not flu or anything else I have ever encountered. And certainly, a tumor cannot expand this rapidly. In the blood clots, I see tiny flecks of what looks almost like, if I had to try and find a description, liquid light. I cannot explain this phenomenon.
Oh my god. So, are people becoming these apparitions? I don't know whether they're all sort of joining into this one big consciousness and everything's trying to tell me its story. Like they've lost their... Like they've lost themselves. So this is the doctor's surgery. I looked at it. Oh man.
Dr. Wade, here you are. There's a queue of patients a mile long out there.
Just send them to the village hall with the others, please, Bob.
Doctor, people are scared. Mrs. Gables just called me and said her husband's vanished. She was very frightened. She said there was blood coming out from his ears and his nose.
What the hell do you want me to do? Until they lift the quarantine, we're not going anywhere. Just tell them to drink plenty of fluids, stay warm, and follow the instructions on the radio.
Dr. Phil, please, you have a duty to your patient. Your nose.
Yeah, that was the doc. Yeah, this is so weird, Steve. This that last transmission, literally my spine's still kind of tingling. That made me feel really strange. Anyway, Steve's been here with his what is that? Okay, have been. I've been here. So back in that direction. I missed out those houses, I think.
Benjamin, Georgie, leave it alone. It might have fleas.
Hello, Amanda. What are they up to?
Oh, they found another dead bird. I do wish the council would clean them up.
Well, apparently they're saying it's a flu epidemic. And I gather they'll be closing the roads and stations, so they're worried enough for that.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Well, you don't mess about with the flu outbreak, I suppose. But look, I'm just saying, if you were planning on taking the kids to Wales, now might be the time to do it.
Well, thanks, Barbara. I'll have a word with Neil, see what he thinks. Now, George, Benjamin, for God's sake, leave it alone.
Oh. I didn't see these. Oh. Yeah, I think so, Steve. I don't know. So, as much as I understood from the vision that I saw maybe just before you tuned in, he bumped into Jeremy, the vicar or the parishioner, and when Jeremy was talking to him, Steve sounded a little bit like he was kind of possessed or something. So I wonder whether he's doing it as to his own, like, his own will. Maybe he's kind of gone a bit crazy. Maybe. I mean, people are just dying and disappearing around. You know, maybe he started to lose it. But I mean, now it's fair to say that birds are also being affected.
You know, they see me as an outsider here as well.
Is that supposed to make me feel any better?
You know, I understand it's difficult. That's all I'm saying. Your lot up at Vallis have never mixed with the local community. People here, they don't really understand what you do up there.
Are you trying to get me to come to your church?
It's not just about faith. It's about the community. Be involved. Be seen as part of it. One of them.
Good morning, Father. Lovely day. Oh, hello. Mrs. Appleton, isn't it?
It's Dr. Collins.
Lady scientist. Whatever next.
Good morning, Barbara.
Father Wheeler.
You really think that's a community that will ever see me as one of them? I can live with them staring at me. If they just stay out of my way.
So yeah, that was Kate. Probably the reason why we are where we are and why I'm here. I hear you. I'm coming for you, voice message. You're over there, aren't you? Yes, you are. It's the end of the world. I'd definitely treat myself to a gin and tonic at this point, to be honest. There you are.
I keep looking, but it makes no sense. The area we picked the pattern up from can no longer be located on the scope. That's just not possible. You can see significant changes to the quality of the ambient light in that part of the sky. It's overexposed, like a Polaroid left in direct sunlight.
Weird. So, yeah. I mean, I think it's fairly obvious now that whatever this light is, it's sentient. I mean, Kate's mentioned it trying to communicate. I think it's trying to tell me a story about the people who were here before. But whether or not it is itself distinct, or whether it's some sort of culmination of everything that it's touched, remains to be seen so far. So, just to get you up to speed about it trying to communicate, or it being sentient, this is what I saw earlier. These markings here were made by the light itself. It manifests itself in, it appears, whatever it touches. So, let's try and find somewhere new now. I think if I follow that main road, I should be able to get to somewhere. Here. Yeah, so let's just keep on moving on. There's the doctor's surgery, so if we move on up there. Pretty sure that's the doctor's surgery. This game is just so... yeah, it is. It's so mysterious. I mean, everything's being told through these clips of the past, these little fragments that you find, and I feel like I don't want to miss anything, because I really want to understand why I'm the only person here. Or maybe I'm not. There. That's the light. And now we're following a different character. Hey. Come back. Okay. Wendy, chill. Chill. What do you want from me? It seems to want to play ball with me. So, gonna see if it just chills around here for a bit, or is it following me? Oh, now you want to play. Hey, hey. Yeah, no, I never lived in a village like this. You can probably tell from my accent.
Oh, just for a few days, yeah. First thing in the morning. I don't want the kids to catch this flu if it's going round.
It's probably that father, Jeremy, spreading it around while he tries to bully everyone into donations for the summer fete.
It seems very quiet in the village, actually, Wendy. Not much bullying to be done.
Oh, Father, I didn't know you were here.
Clearly. Listen, I came up here to tell Amanda that we've had some vandalism in the village. Must be a teenage thing. Tagging, I think they call it. Someone's painting all over doors and things.
Little vandals. Well, I'll tell Neil to make sure we're properly locked up when we go.
A good man like my Eddie gone. And these thugs and yops running around defacing property. He gave everything to his country, and look what he got in return. Nothing but an early death.
He had a good life, Wendy.
He had a short life. I look to my birds, Father. Lives lived unencumbered, free and simple. That's as God meant things to be.
So we've kind of moved story. We're following Wendy now. And the Vandal, as we already know, is Steve. But whether or not he's doing this for... I mean, it's clearly not for just vandalism purposes. This is cool though. I always wanted one of these as a kid.
Every computer in the observatory has set itself to 6:07 a.m. June 6th, 1984. I don't understand what that means.
I didn't... Oh, okay. I didn't catch the date exactly, but that must be the numbers that are coming through on the transmission. I wonder what significance that date has. I see. I guess it was 0706. Anyone else get goosebumps from that? Okay. So let's head off back down the path. This is a nice place to have picnics. This would be a good place to have a date. Someone clearly had the right idea. This is certainly off the beaten track. Oh, hang on. I totally didn't realise. Look at the phones. Like, we're clearly... This is clearly set in the past sometime.
It got as far as the Haverton substation before we cut the lines. The interchange there just started dialing numbers at random.
And the symptoms you're seeing match those we've been tracking here?
Sickness, headaches, nosebleeds, eventual hemorrhage.
then just light, whatever the hell that means.
Then we've got to stop it before it finds another way out of the valley. Clive, you've got to order a strike.
What?
An airstrike. We have to kill it.
No, I don't agree. We've quarantined the valley, we've cut the lines, it's contained.
What if you're wrong? Are you happy to have that on your conscience?
Stephen, I said it's contained.
God. I don't get it. What does it stand to gain out of everything? I honestly don't think it's threatening. It's almost as though it's trying to tell me something. Or at least I don't feel threatened.
Hello, Frank Appleton.
Breaker lost cowboy, this is Travelling Sherlock. You copy, over.
You dab bugger, Charlie. You don't do it when you're using the phone.
You'd say this too seriously, Appleton, I'm telling you.
It is serious. It's not larking about.
You'd be listening to your number stations again, Frankie.
It's not funny. It's serious stuff, and you should mind it. Now then, I'm assuming this is about a pint.
I am going to the Whistler. My round, I think.
I'll not argue with that.
Frank, have you seen the sky? It's amazing. Don't think I've ever seen anything like it.
I didn't realize we were off to a poetry recital as well, Charlie.
Okay, so there was a light show. That's been mentioned a couple of times. I love how British this game is, though. Hey, birds. So not all the birds were affected. I think it's clear it's not flu, but...
Terry called this morning. Said there was a problem with Harvey. Said he couldn't get through to the vet, so I said I'd come round and take a look.
There's a lot of dead birds today. More here, too, poor little things. I've been trying to get hold of Stephen. He always knows what to do.
Got round here and no sign of either of them.
With any luck, the stupid creature will have run under a car. It's probably rabies.
Alright then. Oh yeah, okay, more birds. But it's not... It's only some of them. Or maybe this is just starting with the birds. But it's not making... Yeah... It's not making them into light like it seems to be doing with people, so... Yeah, I don't think there's going to be an answer, buddy. Wait. I need to not get turned around. Follow the birds. Can't say I've ever been to Shropshire, but I don't think if I ever drive there, I don't think I'll be able to enjoy it the same way.
Harvey, come on, boy.
Come on, Harvey.
Come on, Harvey. Come on, boy.
Harvey.
Harvey.
Obviously, let's go look for Harvey. Any fish in the stream?
Push it. Push the bloody thing.
You push it. I told you it would get stuck.
Should have just taken the cards. It was a stupid idea.
Moving here was a stupid idea, and I told you, Barbara said they'd blocked the roads.
Barbara says so.
You go and look then.
Wait, is that Harvey? Harvey? Harvey!
Harvey! Here, boy! Come here, boy!
What's this? Food supplies? Clearly those guys knew. I don't know where in the timeline this is though. Oh, hey. Are you Wendy? I wanna find Harvey. Okay. If you're taking me too far, I'm going back for Harvey. Never leave a man behind.
1, 6, 1, 4, 1, 5, 1, 7, 2, 5, 1, 6, 1, 4, 1, 5, 1, 7.
Phone call from Stephen. He wants to shut down the receiver. Something about instances across the valley. There's intermittent electrostatic discharges radiating out of Tower 6. All of the electrics on the main gate are blown. I'll find time to take a look once the data stream begins to calm down here.
Yeah, I like Terry and June. I think I prefer Terry and June to Wendy, who I think I'm supposed to be learning a bit more about now. So if you're just tuning in, see these of an indicator of what's been going on here. And oh, there's a map for me here. That's useful. Someone's bled all over it a bit though. This one doesn't tell me where I am. Bright light. Come back. Tell me your secrets. Get over here, you. I see. Right. The mechanic of this game is that I'm supposed to get this orb onto that other orb. That's what I think. Go away, Wendy. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I might be the only person left on the world, but I don't need to chase around an orb. Go towards the waterfall. I'll go to the waterfall. This is peaceful. so quiet here. Whatever it is.
I can't see him. Shall we go down?
Just leave it. We've got to keep moving.
Sean! We can't just leave him. He must be really badly hurt.
Jesus, Diana, we've got the kid in the car. We should just keep driving.
We can't just drive off and... Look! He's there. He's in the car. Oh, he's hurt. We've got to get down there.
I said, leave him. We've got to get out of the valley while we can.
Oh my God, he's trying to undo his seatbelt.
Here we are. He's fine then. Come on, love. Come on. Go on.
Dude, no. You can't just leave someone after that. I'm not sure he was okay. Let's see. First you took everyone. Maybe I'm not supposed to mess with you. Maybe you're just my guide.
Grief, Wendy, you'll catch your death.
They're all dead, Father. All of my birds.
Here. Take my jacket.
I tried to be a good woman. A Christian woman. But I've been proud.
Just as the Lord forgave you, so also should you. What matters is we try our best. God sees that. Come back to the village with me.
I'm not so far from Stevens now. I need to find my son. It's what Eddie would have done.
Yes. I suppose it is. I'll say a prayer for you.
Thank you, Father. She loved you, you know, Mary. You helped her. I'm sorry if I judged you harshly.
It doesn't matter, Matt. It's late. You should find a place to sleep. I'm sure when the sun comes up, everything will seem better.
Phil. Okay. I'm a little bit sorry for Wendy now. Okay, guys. It's just not good enough. All she had was her words left. I'm here. And look, Stephen's left his mark. What do you want? I can hear Kate in you. You're just following me. Okay, you can tag along. What do we have? Junction box. Out of commission until further notice. Okay. You're just making train sounds. It is, it's telling me a story. I don't feel threatened by this light. I don't know what it is. And I don't know what role
I lost my shoes. I lost my shoes, sir. There's arches on the green. They've taken my shoes, sir.
Howard? Howard Lantham! You open the door this instant, young man.
I lost my shoes.
Now get up. Get up.
I lost my shoes.
What on earth are you doing here, Howard?
Stephen, he told me to stay in case Lizzie phoned.
Stephen, where is he?
What are you doing with those birds?
Concentrate, Howard. Where's Stephen?
He said we couldn't help them. He took my shoes so I'd stay.
Listen to me, Howard Lantham. You find your shoes and you get to the village. Find Father Jeremy. He'll give you some soup or something. Be off with you.
Where are you going?
I'm gonna find my son. Then I'm gonna ask him what on earth he thinks he's doing.
So Wendy's Stephen's mum. Okay. Okay. That makes things a bit more interesting. Stephen is the only person so far that I've met who was affected by this in the way he was affected. Pigeon. Everyone else. It is, isn't it, Steve? I don't really know what to make of it. But Stephen was the only person so far who was affected in the way he was, and he's been marking something. And for all I know, maybe I'm Stephen. Maybe I'm the person who, you know, didn't die, didn't get the illness. Or maybe I am, and this is just what happens. We endlessly wander around.
Howard! Howard! What's happened?
Stephen, thank God. Listen, I need you to get to the junction box. See if there's a phone working. No, stay back. Don't come up here.
Oh, Christ. Is that... Bloody idiot! Where the hell did they think they were going?
I think they must have thought they could walk out along the line.
Well, there won't be any more trains now.
You're a callous bastard, Stephen.
Just pragmatic, Howard. Did you say there's a working phone in the junction box?
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure. I mean, that... It seems... Oh my god. Phew. It seems to be that way, doesn't it? I mean, why would just one person be spared from what is essentially, for all intents and purposes, global catastrophe? Why would just one person be left? Perhaps I'm not, and perhaps we are in limbo and we just endlessly wander around and we can't see each other and we can't interact with each other, but everyone's just sort of longing to get their story to be known, to be heard, and that's what I'm seeing. I don't know. But it doesn't explain... Oh no, I guess it does, but I mean, this illness just wiped everyone out and here we are. But something odd is obviously happening because of the whole flecks of light thing that the doctor was describing in that vision we saw earlier. I don't know. What are your thoughts? Oh, okay. And this is where Howard was, or the dog, Harvey, I think. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna head back to where Terry and June were. My bad. We go down here. See what their story is. Oh, you're right. Actually, there are no, as far as I'm aware, at the moment, no confirmed cases, but they were saying that it was spreading. Oh, it just takes me back here. Okay, fine. They did say it was spreading. Or it was trying to leave, and that's why they put the containment down.
Wendy, I'm married. You have to stop this.
He's still sweet on you, Elizabeth.
He left. It's too late.
You loved each other long before she came along. It's just about making things as they should be.
Wendy, no.
It's not like you won't bump into each other anyway. One drink, what can that hurt?
One drink, maybe.
Oh, one drink, wonderful.
So that's what you were. Okay. Yeah, so Steve, they didn't say whether it was global. But in one of the earlier reports they said that it was trying to get out. It was travelling, I think they were saying in the lines, so I don't know whether it travels. Well, it seems to be able to manifest itself in whatever it touches, so whether it was travelling in the electricity or something else, I'm not really too sure. Right, now let me find that map. One that tells me where I am. So, at the moment, obviously it's local, but I don't see any real means of containment for something like this. So you can only assume that at this point it's... I don't know actually. You're right, it's a good question. I think it just adds to the intrigue. Right, there's bound to be a map up here. Yes, I think Steve and Lizzie are a couple, but Lizzie spends a lot of time up in the observatory or something from one of the other ones, so they're married, but they're not married. Yeah, that's what I think. Oh, there's another line. And Wendy is just your very standard sort of meddling in-law. I like that. Makes her a bit more human. So there's nothing... I can't go down there. What do you want? You here for any reason? Wow, that's really creepy, but that's definitely Wendy now. You hear? And I think something terrible happened to Wendy. Yeah, I don't think I've been down here, so let's continue. Yeah, it is, Steve. I couldn't hang around anymore. I was getting really freaked out. Broadcast.
Rachel, darling, I'm sorry about taping over your music, but that is your dad and I. In case you come home, I mean, I know Mrs. Graves is looking after you over there, but just in case you come home, we wanted to let you know we're going to head over to Barb's.
Evie! Evie!
Sam, I'm leaving a message for Rachel. Are you going to say hello?
Jesus Christ, Evie, we ain't got time for this. The bloody car won't start. We're going to have to walk.
Sam, shush, it's for Rachel in case she comes back here.
But Charlie says everyone's getting together at the hall. Rachel's at the camp. She'll be fine.
Rachel, darling, anyway, listen, as I was saying, we're going to be at the village hall. We'll wait there for you. I think it's best if you just stay put and mind what Mrs. Graves tells you. We love you, darling. Bye.
You finished? Right, grab that bloody case and let's get moving. Come on.
Yep. People just started disappearing, though. that's cool. I can appreciate that. How's that for graphics? That's awesome. Yeah, I think when we get onto Stephen's story, things are going to be very... They're going to get very creepy. The way he was acting when he was when he was painting on those windows. Right. I'm going to leave you to this broadcast. I'm going to go get myself a drink. Fill me in.
There's something in the observatory with me.
Okay, and I'm back. So... No, we don't know who crashed the car in the river. Also, if you could just fill me in on what happened, I just went to get a drink there. But, yeah, we don't know who crashed the car, but we know it was witnessed by a couple, a Welshman and a young lady. We don't know whether the driver even survived. It didn't look great, did it? There was a branch coming through into the driver's seat, and I heard that Kate said that she felt there was something in the observatory with her. That's enough of that. God. So that broadcast is on every single television, and she said that all the computers set themselves to the same date. Clearly there's something important about this date.
Wendy? Wendy, wake up.
Eddie, is that you?
No, it's me. It's Frank.
Oh, Frank. The door was open. I didn't think Graham would mind.
I'm sure he won't. What are you doing here?
Looking for Stephen, but I just ran out of steam. And the door was open. Have you listened to the radio? I thought I heard him on the radio before.
It's all over the valley. Don't you get that? This isn't some abstract thing. Whatever came down into the tower has got out. They've quarantined the whole valley.
It's right here in the observatory.
It's out in the world. It's adapting and spreading. Do you understand?
What's he mean?
We can't turn it away.
What's he talking about?
I dunno ken. But if he's on the radio, I can try and reach him on the CB. You go to Stephen's house, and if I get hold of him, I'll tell him to come and find you.
Oh, wow. Okay, so there really was something. And I don't know whether this was maybe Stephen's room when he used to live with his mum. I mean, he seems quite obsessive, and there's a telescope there, constellations and stuff. I wonder if this has any significance. But That definitely starts to answer some of your questions, Steve, I think. I like that. That's a nice touch. I think that things, you know, they obviously were so worried about this and it was spreading at such a rate that it required this big quarantine. Just come from there. I guess we're not going to know whether that quarantine was a success or not until a little later.
Come on, you stupid bastard. Christ, not now, come on. God damn bloody thing! Jesus! Come on, not now! Jesus, come on, you bastard! Start, you bastard! Come on! Ah!
Whew, okay. So he's definitely agitated. See, this is the thing. I don't know what's going on. Is, you know, Steve... Did he know something that everyone else didn't?
Stephen? Stephen, are you here? It's your mother. Answer me. Stephen! What have you done, Stephen? Oh, Kate.
16151.
Okay.
06.
There must be a logic to the pattern. It's shifting in response to me. It's alive. It's the only explanation.
Uh-huh. So he's... Oh, thank you, Steve. That would be awesome. I'll try and stop in front of one for a minute whilst you do that. I don't know whether it's binary though, because they is it all zeros and ones? That shows how much I've been paying attention. But yeah, Steve's definitely been busy. Oh my god. Okay. But yeah, I mean it's clearly something, and Kate put out that broadcast on both radio and on the television. And look, hang on. Is that a clock? Look at the time. 7 minutes past 6. Everything. 0706 1984. I think that's the time that all of the computers stopped at as well.
Stephen, where's Kate? Are you here?
Tell me your story.
Stephen? I can hear the planes. It's the government coming to rescue us. You can come out now. It's all gonna be all right. I can hear the jets coming. It's like when Eddie came home. It's like your dad coming home again. I'm here! I'm
It's the lights. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is amazing. Okay. I know, right? My heart's literally pounding in my chest. I just don't know what to expect. I did not expect that at all. Something to do with the stars. Where are you taking me? Bye, Wendy. There I am. Wow. This game is beautiful. Tell me your story.
I messed up, Frank, but I've done my time. They shouldn't keep on punishing me.
Some folk won't let go, Reese, and they've got nothing better to do than to poke their noses into other people's business. There's nothing you can do about it, son.
I'm doing a good job. I'm working hard. I swear, Mrs. Graves thinks I'll start nicking stuff if she turns her back for a second.
Liz is all right. She's one of the good ones.
Yeah, well, she's not exactly honest with her husband about what she gets up to.
None of that. You're angry about people judging you. Don't be so fast to judge others.
I'm sorry, Frank.
Keep your gob shut, your nose clean, and your head down. Do you think you can manage that?
Gob, nose, head. Got it.
And steer clear of that Rachel girl. If I've seen you two making eyes at each other, then so's her dad. And you don't want Sam Baker coming round after you. Now, pass me that socket spanner and we'll see if we can get this wheel back on.
I like Frank already. It's a very calming presence. I just want to get up high and just get a view. This is so British. If anyone in here watching today is not from England and hasn't been to the countryside, you may not have seen one of these before. Yeah, that's pretty much what happens. This must have happened so suddenly, though. Look at the fields. Like, they're still well kept. They're not overgrown. There's just so many things that don't quite add up. It's so genuinely intriguing. Farmer Frank's out here. Come on, Frank.
Can you see the observatory from there?
That's over the ridge, just past the windmill. You want to live near the station in case you need a quick getaway?
Something like that. So you and Stephen, I'm sensing there's not a lot of love lost there, huh?
That's between him, me, and the caves.
You're gonna have to explain that one for me.
It's nobody else's business. Look, you seem all right to me. You don't want to worry about that lot in the village.
Provided I'm left alone, I'm happy. Stephen's the one who likes to be at the center of things.
No change there, then.
Francis Appleton. You are a bad man. No wonder your sister won't talk to you.
Another really strange thing. I don't know whether time is being warped. You know, I don't know whether the sun just rose really quickly there. Because did you see the shadows move? Because if this is something... Oh yeah, Kate is American, Steve. Kate is American. She's the only American person here. I assume that she moved here because of the observatory. I assume she's also, you know, quite a prominent figure in her field. And generally, you have to go out to the countryside to see the stars properly, because there's too much light pollution in the big cities. Ah, get your binary thing ready.
The radio telescope in Tower 6 is burned out. The background radiation coming in from the Penrose region is off the scale. It's like mathematics is bending along with the light. Everything is bathed in a strange glow. My face is still numb from the burn.
Yeah, so the fact that there's a 4 in there makes me think it's not binary. I think binary is just 0 and 1s, but it's definitely something, and it's not the same numbers that were being broadcast earlier on, which makes me think that it's not just a specific date. Sorry, I am here. Okay. Hey, Frank. Let's have a look around. Yeah, that's strange. They must mean something. Oh my god.
How's your sister, Frank?
We've not spoken since the funeral.
Ah, I see. Well, listen, I did rather wonder if you might do me a bit of a favor and check in on her, see if she's all right.
Dr. Wade, if they dropped the bomb, there'd be no left but cockroaches and Wendy Boyles.
It's a bit odd, really. There's an old chap, John Coles, regular visitor at Lakeside, went walkabout sometime last night. Now it appears Mrs. Boughton has done the same.
Enid? Well, that'd be clever. They amputated her leg last spring.
Yes, that's the thing. I've also got a surgery full of people with nosebleeds and headaches. The council are saying influenza, but I've been practicing for 35 years and I'm not convinced. I just wondered if you might pop by and see her.
Even if I did, do you really think she'd let me in?
Fine. Forget it. I'll see her. Leave it to me. Oh, and Frank, call the hospital and get them to collect all this stuff. It's been 8 months.
Whose room is this? Frank was here reading to someone. That was Dr. Wade, who we know was definitely one of the victims of this. Wait a minute, Frank. These guys look like they were packing. Didn't get a chance to do the dishes. It's weird, there's a mix of it seeming as though it didn't happen that suddenly, and then every now and then there are hints that suggest that it did. And I think perhaps the fact that there was this quarantine, the fact that the quarantine notices say, you know, don't attempt to contact outside of the county, don't phone away. I think maybe there was a big cover-up and people were trying to not get word out. And by the time it did, it was too late and everything, and we were left with this. Bikes abandoned by the side of the road. People not getting a chance to do their dishes, packing, leaving, trying to get out as quick as they can with all of their belongings. Yeah, it seemed that way, didn't it? It's a bit creepy, you know. I think 8 years is a long time. But I don't know, perhaps there was someone else in his family who was ill.
8, 0, 2, 0, 6, 2, 2, 0, 3, 0, 8, 0, 2, 0, 6.
All the power spiked with the last discharge and then went out again, and I could see the aurora dancing around Tower 6. At the same time, the headache intensified, and I think I began to hallucinate. Old and new memories are clashing and tumbling around me. We're on the cusp of a breakthrough. I can feel it.
Okay, so Kate started experiencing this as well. Has he still got the body? I don't know. I hope not. That'd be terrible. 8 years. But I don't think so. I think maybe he's just struggling to let go, maybe. And there's the windmill they were talking about. So the observatory should be just over that. But I mean, there's nothing to say that he didn't. But I mean, you know, I looked around his house and...
How best, Graham?
Morning, Frank.
You look a little out of breath. What's up?
Bloody observatory gates have failed. I came to see if I could borrow a ladder.
Bloody hell, there's a 12-foot drop the other side of that wall.
I'm old, but I'm not useless, no. Can I borrow the ladder?
No one said you were useless. Reese?
Hi, Frank.
Fetch Graham the ladder, will you, lad? It's round the side of the barn.
Will do.
And you be careful. I don't want Stephen Appleton coming mithering round here because you've broken your neck.
I mean, it's weird that you say that, actually, Steve, because, you know, when we first met Frank, he seems like quite a level-headed, like, seems like quite a level-headed, calming kind of figure, but, I mean, they've thrown a lot at us so far in this game, and I feel like that's the sort of thing that, you know, they could put to really unsettle you, the fact that you get this really, like, calming guy, kind of father figure, and then suddenly it's juxtaposed with something like that. It just shocks you. But yeah, agreed. This is pretty good representation of what villages are like in England, and just generally how mixed the British people are. This is Frank, who lost all his cattle. Oh no. Let's find out what happened here.
You never mentioned anything about them sickening yesterday.
I checked them last night on the way back and they were fine. I woke up this morning and the whole lot had gone. Tell me, Charlie, have you heard any birds today?
Well, I've not really been paying any attention.
That sister of mine reckons they're dropping out the sky all round the Wrekin. And Dr. Wade reckons there's sick folk all over the village.
Meg said not to bother trying to get deliveries out. Said the quarantine in the whole valley. I reckon it's best we just sit it out. It'll all come right, Frank.
This'll all come right?
Yeah, right. I am sorry about your cows, Frank. But when things settle down, they'll see you all right. There's got to be provision for this sort of thing.
You want to listen to the radio more? Things don't seem like they're settling down at all. I tell you, Charlie, something big is happening.
Wow. Oh, Steve, yeah, just remembered something, actually. When we first heard about the cows, so I heard about this maybe before you tuned in, and they also said that Frank's wife had come down with this illness, so perhaps that's why the hospital bed was there? I didn't realise this was Frank, but they said the farmer had lost all of his wife and then the cattle, so he's having a pretty rough time. I'm missing anything? That windmill is so imposing over there. I really want to go and see. Yeah, it all makes sense now. And there we were theorizing that Frank's this like psycho, kind of American psycho guy with like his mum, like, or his sister's still stored away somewhere in his house. Okay, well, there's a footpath over here, so let's go and have a look. What a view. Okay, where are we? So, okay, we've explored most of the farm, so I think we should go north, which is quarantine, so I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get through this way. You see, do not attempt to telephone outside your local area. I think there was a big cover up here that went on. Go in this way. We'll find another way. No, she wasn't sick before any of it happened. She was just another person who came down with those flu symptoms, or what everyone was calling the flu. She started bleeding as well, and then she was one of the first people to sort of die from it. But maybe it's not related, because, I mean, there was no mention of any of the light that they've been talking about.
Hi! I want to word with you!
Jesus, what the bloody hell are we doing?
What are you up to?
Get out of my way. This is important.
You've been with Lizzie. You mess with her, I'll knock your bloody block off,
I
son.
need to track the pattern. It's critical.
What are you talking about, Stephen? People are sick. Birds are dying. My cows are dead. Where's Kate?
Still up at the tower for all I know. I could recalibrate the radial coordinates on the primary oscillators. If that holds up...
Stephen, where's Kate? What's going on?
Just keep out of my way!
As in, his wife had been ill for 8 months? Or dead? Also seems like Stephen ruffled quite a few feathers. Yeah, sorry, I didn't really catch that bit. As far as I was aware, they mentioned about Frank's sister, but also more recently, back at the village, there was a vision that said that he'd lost his wife as well as his cows, and he'd been having a really hard time recently, so I thought that that might be the reason why. But I think it's intentionally quite blurry, because time doesn't seem to make sense here. You know, memories, I'm getting fragments of everything, and it's difficult to piece together. But yeah. My understanding is that his wife was also ill. Which, if our understanding of the timeline is correct, seems to make a bit more sense in terms of why he's still got the bed, sort of that amount of time after his sister was ill. Man, you're pretty. Having said that, though, I don't I don't fully understand Frank's significance to the story. I guess it kind of hinted at him being tied up with Stephen now. And he just had a bit of a... Well, he gave Stephen a piece of his mind, but... yeah, I think so too. I hope so anyway, that's my understanding. This path is taking me all sorts of weird directions. I just want to get over to... Nope. I don't think I've been here before. Whoa, what the hell is going on with that shadow? That was really strange. So yeah, Wendy was Stephen's mum. We're back at Stephen's place. But I don't want to be at Stephen's place. I want to go to the telephone. With all these bikes lying around, I wish you could just pick one up. That's why the lights are going crazy. Back at Stephen's house. Or somewhere else. Okay. Alright, let me go back and have a look then. Oh! Oh, yeah. This thing. Oh, that's more goosebumps for me. Thanks for that, Steve. So... he was really obsessing over this, and that's really interesting then, if he's been drawing that all around town. Are those places that have already been affected at the time, and Stephen was charting how and who and what the pattern of infection of this was? Because he's been going around painting this on loads of different houses and on the maps as well. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what it is, but given that he's an astrophysicist, I would suspect it's something to do with stars and their alignment. So perhaps whatever's happening here, I mean, there's clearly a connection between what's going on here and the sort of nighttime and the weird constellations that are, or not constellations, but the weird patterns that are appearing in the sky. Okay, I went in there before and you can't get north of that. So I think maybe the pattern that Stephen's drawing is that, and he's trying to, I don't know, mark who or what's been affected. I've been there before. Yeah, I've been here. Actually, Frank's on the other side of this. Maybe I can get him to give me some guidance, because I'm a bit lost. Hey, buddy. Stephen? Can I get to that door? Stephen has a PhD in astrophysics. We saw his certificate up in his room. So he's a doctor of astrophysics.
I hung up on Stephen. He doesn't understand. Even if he were here to experience it directly, I'm still not sure he would. There has to be a way of consolidating, of offering reciprocal amplification to the signal.
So yeah, given that he's an astrophysicist, I don't know whether he's got a job at the observatory, but he's definitely out here observing as an independently, or whether or not, and that seems to imply that he's not working at the observatory, because he's been contacting Kate and she doesn't think he understands, etc. But he's definitely an expert in the field. He's a PhD. You're probably busy listening to the story. It had like a big, that was kind of a big deal when we went into Stephen's room. So you're probably busy focusing on that. I was just looking around, and he had a certificate of his degree on the wall. So I just kind of picked that up when I was in there. I don't know whether I mentioned it out loud. Maybe I didn't.
You knew?
Wade called me in about 6 weeks after. Once he thought I could cope with knowing. Can I ever repay you for what you did?
She was a good woman, Frank.
The best.
You should come back to church. Back to the community. You're missed.
I hate him, Father. I can't get down on my knees and pretend otherwise. And I don't understand why you don't hate him too.
I try my hardest not to, Frank. Goes against the job description somewhat. Faith is the assurance of things hoped for. The conviction of things not seen. We have to trust him. Even when his methods are hidden from view. Maybe see you on Sunday.
That's back to Jeremy there, and clearly the impact of this on a community, especially a community leader like a spiritual leader, it's got to be really tough. Okay, that's something new down there. So yeah, I don't think Stephen's just a random crazy. I mean, he clearly knows something's not right, but I don't know necessarily what his insight is into it, or his relationship with Kate as such.
Breaker 9, call in on 9. This is Lost Cowboy looking for anyone out there. Hello? Breaker 19. Breaker Travelin Sherlock. Charlie, you out there? Over. Hello?
My family, my wife and kids. You know perfectly well what you've got to do. I can't do it. Don't ask me to do it. You're asking me to sign their death warrant. My own family.
Damn it, don't you think I'm aware of that? I'll still be here when you drop the fucking stuff.
No.
Don't you lecture me about sacrifice, you spineless little shit.
Stupid bastard!
If you're so full of ideas, you come here and try dealing with it. Tell them the time when we had a choice is over. Tell them to do it. You've got to do it now.
Yes, okay. That makes a bit of sense then, I guess. That's where Frank fits in. He was just... his family were victims of whatever was going on here, I guess, and Stephen's telling people to kind of commit their families, if they've been affected by the illness, to quarantine it to try and stop the spread. At least, that's what I think I'm taking away from that. Where am I? Oh, this is not where I thought I was at all. It's fine. We'll follow this way along. So I'm going to go along here, up towards the windmill. God, if I could take a picture of this and send it back to like 12, 13-year-old me, I wouldn't even believe that this was something that we could achieve graphically. This is stunning.
Under the microscope, you could see how the light was following the cellular structure of its wings. The neural simplicity of the insects seems to prevent a full-blown infestation, so there's none of the hemorrhaging I'm seeing in the birds. But Stephen's wrong. This isn't an attack. It's a byproduct of the attempt to communicate. It's getting smarter. It's learning as it adapts. I'm confident of a breakthrough soon.
I was right. I knew it. It wasn't. It's not threatening. I mean, the symptoms that are being produced are... they're scary, sure, but... you don't ever feel threatened by this light or any of the apparitions you're seeing. It's trying to communicate. I believe Kate. That was my thoughts from the beginning. I'm not sure. I'm not sure it's aliens, but at least I don't know. I hope not. I think it's been very mysterious, but okay. Look at this. Time itself is changing. But I mean, I guess that's the simplest way I can put it. Or the simplest way I can express what you kind of feel like they are. How'd I get here? Okay, I need to stick to a road. Follow this road. To the main road and then just follow that. Otherwise I'm going to get very easily sidetracked. Yeah, I agree. It's kind of too easy. I think, you know, there's obviously something here that strongly suggests, you know, like the end of the world. There's connotations with the Rapture. There's, you know, one of the first characters we met was Jeremy, and he's a parishioner. I don't know whether it's necessarily religious. I just think it's something. It's an entity, and it's trying to communicate. Perhaps it's not. I mean, like you said, we don't know if this is even global. Perhaps this is just contained in this small town. should be another map here. I'm going to try and find my way to the windmill. I'm gonna go this way. It's so weird, but just as I was turning there, I thought I saw someone, and just having not seen another soul in this game for however long I've been streaming for now, your heart leaps and you just think, thank God. Thank God I'm not alive. I'm not alone. Thank God I'm not alive. Thank God I'm not alone. That's the kind of effect that this game has on you. I think it's masterfully done. The atmosphere is really, really amazing. I have been here. I have been here. This is a main road. I don't know, let's go on the dirt. I don't think so. You can hear your footsteps though. But I agree, I thought maybe something along that... Oh, I've just sidetracked myself by doing that. I thought something like that. Perhaps... I mean, there's nothing that suggests I'm even a person, so... Like we were saying before... How do we know that it's, you know, not just the end of the world and that we're just here wandering around? Not as a person, but just as a soul. There's a bunch of us all kind of wandering around. Not sure I'd describe Shropshire as purgatory, but you know, something of that kind of nature. I mean, at this point, anything's really possible. Yorkton Road. I've definitely passed this before. This is going to take me back into the... I think that's Stephen's house, isn't it? Yep. And day changes every time you go to a new area. So, I think this is Stephen's house. No, this is Stephen's mum's house. Gosh, this is so vast. Anyway, I'm sorry, I don't mean to get lost. It's just it's very easy to get sidetracked in this game. So many paths, and you don't want to miss anything. So that's where we first bumped into Frank. So let me skip that. Dead bird. Where was it that we could see the windmill from? The fact that that's, you know, appeared in couple of times now, I think is kind of hinting me to head there.
So he managed to get the transfer to the observatory then?
Well, this Catherine woman must have swung it. Now he says they're getting married before they come back. It's typical. Why can't he just wait till he's home?
Are you gonna go?
Goodness, no. It'll be full of her people. I expect they do things differently.
You wanna come in for a cup of tea?
Oh, I don't think so.
Oh, for Christ's sake, woman, it's been 8 months. Won't you just come in and talk?
Well, you didn't want to talk when Mary was still alive. You and Charlie Tate out drowning your sorrows when you should have been at home nursing your wife.
You can be a nasty old bird, Wendy Boyles.
Frank Appleton, you come back here and say that again. Our mother always said you were a bad egg. You'll come a cropper, you mark my words.
Oh. Wendy and Frank are maybe related? And yeah, that does confirm that Frank's wife was unwell. Okay, well finally I found some narrative again, so I guess I'm back on the right path. Aha, I've been here before. That's good. I'm just going to follow the road. The road is safe. And I'll check that field just over there. I don't know whether I've been there yet. Oh, sorry about that. It's my big ass headphones hitting the microphone. Yes, so I think that's what's happening, and actually, is it? I mean, Steve and Kate seem to be. They definitely have some sort of relationship, but then wasn't Wendy talking about Lizzie as well? And maybe Stephen and Kate already. No, Lizzie was already married, wasn't she? But yeah, Kate's definitely in a relationship with someone who they mentioned, like it's the very first thing you hear when you start playing the game. But that was, I was so new to all the characters and stuff, I can't remember who it was, but she doesn't seem too happy in it. The guy says, "I love you," and then she's all like, "Oh, yeah, I know." So it could be Steve and Kate, and maybe she's kind of begrudgingly getting involved with him. Yes, I've been here too. Okay, good. Alright, well as long as I know. Let's just head along the road then. She is.
got the telescope up and running again, but the pattern has burnt itself onto the lens. It's soaking up light and radiation, but not routing it anywhere, so I can only guess that it's using it as an energy source in its attempts to communicate. It needs more power. I wonder if I could boost the reception by using multiple towers.
Maybe. I mean, that's kind of one of the things, and maybe that's why they've said it in a little English town like they have. You know how everyone kind of knows everyone in English towns, and they know everyone's business and things like that. And Kate's this outsider, so perhaps you're right. You know, as an outsider, you wouldn't know, and you would be treated kind of weird. And there was that scene earlier where Jeremy was trying to get Kate to come to the church, and she was like, oh, you know, I don't think they'll ever accept me as one of them. So it does make sense that maybe that's something that's happening.
Frank, for God's sake, stop!
Keep back, you bastard. I know what you've done.
Where's Lizzie? Where is she? I've got to find her.
You stay away. Someone's got to warn them. Someone's got to stop it.
You can't stop it. You have to understand. You hate me, I get that. But if we don't do this, it's not just the valley, it's everything, Frank. It's all gone.
You're talking bollocks.
You can't stop it! Jesus!
Oh my God.
You take one step closer, I'll bash your bloody skull in, I swear to God.
All right, I'm going. But if you see Lizzie, tell her to get out. There's still time. Please, Frank. For her, not me.
If you're that bloody caring, you can save her yourself.
Don't you get it? I have to stay. Someone has to be here to confirm that everyone is dead.
That is interesting. Perhaps... Is that real? Oh my God. Is that one of those hallucinations they're talking about? Is this happening to me now? Is there someone else? It's definitely coming from the windmill. No. No.
My name is Frank Jacob Appleton. And if you're listening to this, then maybe Stephen was right. And by sending the planes, he stopped it all getting worse. It's a beautiful morning. I wasn't there when Mary died. I was too scared. So I went to the pub instead. What will be, Frank, she said. And I just want you to face it with me. And I didn't. But I will now. I will face it with you now, Mary. They're coming.
right, Steve. I didn't notice. But nothing looks that way at all. That can't be right. And even if it is, oh my god. Even if it is, it doesn't make any sense. Like, it didn't wipe anything out. It didn't solve anything. There's just no one. All that's left is this thing.
Mrs. Graves! Lizzie, Mrs. Graves!
Rachel? Hey, what on earth's going on?
It's been awful. The thunder and the lightning and all the power went out and everyone was in the hall, so I told them all to stay put. And then Sean Davis said he wasn't going to be told what to do by a stupid bloody girl and went out for a cigarette. And then didn't come back. And then Di, she went out after him and she didn't come back either.
Where's Dylan? Was he with Sean and Di?
No, I'd be looking after him. Do you think they'll come back?
I don't know, Rachel.
I don't care what anyone thinks. I just know if he was my baby, I could never leave him. Even if the whole world was coming to an end, I'd make sure he came first.
You'd be a good mum, Rachel. Oh, don't worry. It's fine. Go back inside and tell everyone that they're doing a great job. A really wonderful job. I just got a few things to finish up here, and then I'll come in and join you.
Right.
Go on.
Wow. Oh, wow. That was a lot to process. Yeah, Steve, I'm confused too. I think... So here's my thinking. What if Kate was right, and this was something, some sort of entity, and it did want to communicate, and it manifested itself in this way that was harmful to us at first, and people didn't understand it and they were scared of it, and so people like Stephen, they called in the planes, and people just wiped each other out, and this entity is doing its best to recreate all of that life on Earth that was wiped out by presenting to us important fragments of the past representations of people's personalities and individuality.
You can't save them. Just pack a case and meet me at the station.
They've closed the lines. Weren't you listening to the radio? Because of the flu.
There is no flu, Lizzie.
Oh, Christ, Stephen, I'm not stupid. Of course there's no flu. But the stations are still closed.
There's an access footpath that runs alongside the main tunnel. You can get out that way. They won't have thought of it.
You know what's going on, don't you?
You can't use the phone anymore.
What, like you're not using one right now?
Funny. Listen. Just don't use the phone after this. No TV or radio either. It can hide in the signal.
You make it sound like it's alive.
I don't think we have a word for what it is. Just promise me. Don't tell anyone. Pack quietly. Meet me at the station tomorrow, all right?
I feel awful lying and leaving all these people here.
It was a brilliant idea about the show. Top marks for that, you clever thing. I love you. I'll see you tomorrow.
Come the storms. We're definitely in England. I don't know, Steve, that's... At the moment, that's the only thing that makes sense to me now.
Road and rail closures are being implemented to help contain the outbreak of influenza. Please remain calm and indoors. Local community leaders, head teachers, scoutmasters, and members of the clergy will act as your representatives during this period. Be sure to report any symptoms of illness.
Where am I? There. You see? The thing that was in Steve's house on the wall. Why all of these messages though? Love to act. Take part in Jordan's adaptation of Peter Pan. Summer camps. There's more constellations. 1984, June 2nd. When everyone started going missing? I'm pretty sure that's the date. It's definitely the year that he went missing. There's got to be something significant. I wanted to see an audition. Doesn't look like that anymore, kids. Okay. A lot in here. these messages. The siren, and now this, they're almost torturous. Hello. Okay, tell me your story.
Hi, this is Kate Collins and Stephen Appleton. Leave a message.
Stephen, it's me. I'm leaving. I've waited as long as I can. If you are there to meet me, I'm leaving for the station now, but I am going anyway, whether you're there or not. But I love you. Please be there. I love you.
Well, Steve, I think that clears things up for you. Yeah, looks like Stephen and Liz have a history. And this is Lizzie's story, so... Yeah, or a love V unless things get really interesting and Kate and Lizzie are secretly having some sort of affair.
And you found it like this?
Yeah? I got into the habit of checking in first thing in the morning just to make sure he's had his pills.
Mr. Coles is not a well man, Elizabeth. It's entirely possible he upped and wandered off. If things progressed, the mind can be a fragile thing, you know?
It's just not very like him, that's all I'm saying, Doctor. He never misses the mid-morning bingo.
He didn't smoke, did he?
Not that I knew of.
There's a funny... It's like ash.
Well, that is odd. Reese cleaned in here yesterday afternoon. I'll have to have a word.
It's not like cigarette ash. Strange.
Dr. Wade, there's just been a phone call. We needed back at the village. Apparently Mrs. Boughton has disappeared.
One minute, Lizzie. I see. So that was the old gent who went missing in 1984.
It's quite something, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You ever seen anything like it? They must be well happy at the observatory place.
They're probably all partying there right now. This is right, boss.
It is. Right. That's me. Short leash. Kids up half a night, bloody teething. Missus will kill me if I'm gone too long. Good night, mate. Night.
Oh. I'm pretty sure Sean was the person who popped out for a cigarette, and he never came back. Is that blood? over there in a minute. Just chill out. Barbecue still going. That's really eerie. That doesn't happen for that long. Which means, like, we're within, what, a couple of hours of the event? Of whatever happened?
0, 3, 1, 6, 0, 6.
I tried to leave the observatory, but couldn't. I stood at the gates, but couldn't conceive of a world outside. The strangest feeling. As if the valley, Stephen, everything was simply irrelevant. An idea of something, not a something itself. I'm losing track of time. Of whether I'm asleep or awake. My fingers have gone numb at the tips. It's like they still feel. But what they feel is no longer for me. Like the signal has been hijacked.
Did that door just shut on me? Okay. So that's interesting what Kate said there. It was kind of alluding to something I was talking about a little earlier, that this is kind of this light stream, the fact that when it flies by you and things, you hear a number of different voices. It's as though everyone has been sort of drafted and become part of this single entity, but they're all still retain some element of
We're not even really talking at the moment, if I'm honest with you. I've been sleeping in one of the empty chalets. Otherwise, we just sit there in silence. And then he goes off and pretends he's not drinking from one of his secret little stashes. And I pretend I ain't noticed. And then when we go to bed, it's all I can do not to scream. I don't know why we're still together. Except I do. Still love him.
You remind me of Mary when she was your age. If we'd had a daughter, I'd have been proud if she turned out like you.
You don't have to say that.
Just talk to Robert. Tell him you know he's drinking again. You two can work it out together. I know you can.
I wish I had your faith. I just don't want to be the person who stayed because they were afraid to move. I know you can't dwell on the past. I know that, but sometimes you do just think, don't you? What if the accident hadn't happened? I could have been anywhere right now, rather than stuck here rehearsing Peter bloody Pan and fixing tumble dryers for the umpteenth time. Oh, Frank, you are an angel.
Don't be daft. You're still young, Lizzie. You got plenty of time to be whoever you want to be. Just don't keep using that leg of yours, or that husband, as an excuse.
Accident. Also, I know this guy. He featured a lot in the war. Okay. So what accident? Was it the car accident? I thought it was a guy who was in the car accident. Been that way. Look, there are two things. Something's following her.
Oi, Shipley, I want a word with you.
What?
Get over here, soft lad, and keep your voice down. Do you know who I am?
Yeah? You work for Meg Holloway?
Charlie Tate. You can call me Charlie.
What's this about, Charlie?
Rachel Baker.
What about her?
Oh, come on, son, I wasn't born yesterday. Are you looking to get your head kicked in?
She's 16. She's not a kid.
You try telling her dad that. He'll bloody kill you.
I love her, though. You can't stop love.
I'm not telling you to stop anything. Just be careful, that's all.
This is nice. Okay.
Don't touch it. It's fine.
It's like a sunburn, but it's a funny shape. Is it sore?
I can't feel it at all. Don't fuss over
I
it.
can't believe that you left Kate there. Why won't you tell me what happened?
She's probably not even noticed I've gone.
Ah.
It's really nothing.
You're lying. Don't lie to me.
Fine. We had a row. She'll work all night anyway.
Stephen, listen to me. Was there an accident? Is that how your face got burnt?
It's nothing. Something, I don't know. Just got a bit shaken up and then we fought. She wanted to stay and collect more data.
Was she burnt as well? Is everything all right?
Jesus, Liz, are you sleeping with me or her? She's fine. We're both fine. I don't want to talk about her. I came here to see you.
I just worry...
Well, don't. Come to bed.
So Stephen was having an affair with Lizzie. Things don't sound like they were great with Kate. He never... I can try. Hang on. I don't know if I can, Steve. I'm sorry. Just gone through all my settings. Let me see. Oh, my audio. Oh yeah, of course I can. Sorry. Thought you meant the game audio. Hi, is that better? Can you hear my tuneful, soothing voice? Excellent.
I don't even care that he was screwing her. What made me angry was that he treated me like I was too stupid to notice. I dream through the light storm and see the pattern dancing on his skin as he burns. I wake up with eyes full of liquid light. I'm going to concentrate all 5 remaining towers on the same point in the sky. If it is establishing conduits for communication, that should create a jump in bandwidth.
Yes, So Kate found out, but I don't think Kate found out through any normal means. I think hers and Stephen's consciousness has started to run into one. You're not one of those. Okay. Tennis court's closed. Wait. Hey, I see.
It's just been on the radio that they're closing the roads. Something about the flu?
No one here has flu, Sean. There's no flu here. I overheard Mrs. Graves, and she said another family of Upton left. She said they must have left last night, but their car and all their stuff's still here.
Screw this, Di. There's 15 people Upton left in 2 days. I don't like it. Where's the baby?
Asleep in the caravan. Sean, I don't want to sit around here waiting for it to get worse. I reckon if we leave now, we can get out of the valley before they get their acts together and close the roads.
You think so?
Yeah, we can go the back roads. Through the woods. I'll leave some money on the side for Mrs. Graves. You know her husband isn't back yet either.
He's a boozer, right? That's what I've heard. That's her problem anyway.
Don't be unkind, Sean.
Come on, let's go and get Dylan.
Yeah, okay. And if you remember, those two were the two who witnessed that car crash. And Sean didn't want to stop and help the driver.
I think it was instant. I know that's no help.
Can you leave me alone?
There was nothing we could do. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
You've woken the baby. Just leave me alone.
Rachel, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Anything in here? Wait up this. This is probably the most interesting story of the lot so far, because it ties a lot of the other ones together. And I think the significance of the fact that there are now two light sources that are chasing each other. We know the main one's Lizzie because we're following her story, but I wonder if the other one's supposed to signify Stephen, because they were never together in life, as it were. And whether in this joint consciousness they sort of exist as one, as they are now. I wonder if that's what this is about. It's about people becoming this coherent stream of consciousness, and Kate seems to be some evidence from Kate and what she was saying about Stephen, and finding out that way that suggests to me that maybe that's what's happening.
You shouldn't be smoking, you know. Not in your condition.
It's Stephen's fault. He got me started again.
I'm not going to try and stop you, but the weather's looking pretty rough. There's a storm coming.
That's what Stephen said. He said he'll meet me, but there's things he has to do first. He seems to think that all of this is connected to him. I don't know. I'm going anyway, whether he comes or not.
I'm assuming Stephen has thought of a way through the quarantine.
Well, he's clever. You gotta give him that.
Do you trust him, though?
Well, I love him. So I'd hope that was good enough.
I hope so, too. Listen, if you can't get through, for whatever reason, I'm getting people together at the village hall, rounding up stragglers, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I've got all the campers together here, doing a show. Peter Pan. The kids love it. It'll take their minds off things. Did you see that?
In your condition, was Lizzie sick too, or was she pregnant? Maybe that's what the second thing is for. Strange.
This is a public service announcement from Hamilton District Council Emergency Measures Committee. Road and rail closures are being implemented to help contain the outbreak of influenza. Please remain calm and indoors. Local community leaders, head teachers, scoutmasters, and members of the clergy will act as your representatives during this period. Be sure to report any symptoms of illness.
Okay. I don't think I've been down around number 10 or 11. I didn't see where the light went this time. Wait. I don't want to get lost again. So I'm here. Maybe the light went over here, though. Let's just have a look. Well, that answers that. This is where I started out, but I can take a different route, I think. Yeah, this is all new. Oh, is there? Okay. I'll head back there. But I haven't been around here, and I reckon there's probably something. Can I? No. It's the end of the world, you know. You gotta have fun where you can get it. Just have a dip. Okay. Well, I saw Lizzie over here anyway. Why make just one open? Weird. There we go. If that's not something, I'll eat my hat.
It's Kate.
Elizabeth?
Lizzie. I've heard a lot about you. It's good, you know, you and him, it's not difficult or anything.
Should it be?
I'm sorry?
You said it wasn't difficult. I don't see why it would be difficult. You and Stephen were together a long time ago. He moved away. It certainly isn't difficult for me.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you, or...
Well, I'm not offended. Listen, Elizabeth...
But Lizzie, please.
Lizzie. Right. You seem like an okay type of person. And I'm not trying to be rude, I promise. But let's try and be realistic here, huh? Let's, try and do our best. It's a British thing, right?
Yeah, yeah. I suppose it is. We'll do our best then.
Oh. So they actually did meet. Where to? Okay. Main hall. Okay. This is one of the first times where I guess it's been a little bit more aggressive. I mean, Lizzie's kind of been following me, and there's been bursts of energy. I still wouldn't say... I still wouldn't say that I felt threatened as such, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just reading too much into it.
Sleeping baby, darling child, clouds and starlight, starlight, starlight. When you wake, you will be mine. Starlight, sleep and love. Sleeping baby, shadow dust, clouds and starlight. Numbered starlight. When we're called to go, we must into starlight, sleep and love.
Is he asleep? You all right, kiddo?
I'll be alright. You should get some sleep, Charlie. You look exhausted. That's it. Sleep. Sleep.
So that's where they were when the planes came. It seems like what we're seeing is, especially at the end of each of one of these sections, we're seeing where everyone was when the planes came and they bombed the area. Come back. you taking me now? I wonder if this is still Lizzie. Oh god. Well, this is going to be really interesting.
There's data coming through faster than I can encode it. I've already lost 2 processors. They keep burning out.
Please, I love you. You need to get out of there. It's not safe.
I need you, Stephen. I need you here. I can open the gate manually. I can let you in.
It's too dangerous. You don't understand what's happening
No,
out here.
you don't understand. We can solve this. We can find a way. I just need more power. I need to amplify the signal, and I can't do it on my own. You saw the opportunity. You ran the numbers, you remember?
We're responsible for all this. You and me.
It's not just you and me anymore, though, is it?
Jesus, Kate, you're trying to talk to it, aren't you? Kate, you can't.
Stephen, I have to.
Whoa. Okay. For those of you that have just joined, we're about to follow the story of the guy who kind of seems to know a lot more and was quite central to how we got to everyone's gone to the Rapture.
It's completely dead. It won't start.
It's only a short walk to the camp. I think we should split up. You go and fetch Rachel. I'll go back to the village and find Evie.
I don't think we should split up.
I don't want to either, Charlie, but we've got to. I'll meet you back at my house later on, okay? We can talk properly then.
Why won't you tell me what happened?
No, actually, you should stay at the camp tonight. Come and find me in the morning. Bring Rachel back. She's going to need her mother.
Meg.
Just take care of her.
Meg!
What is it, Charlie?
Nothing. Just be careful, that's all.
I will, I promise. You as well. I'll see you later on.
Steve, I'm not sure who Rachel was. I mean, it's certainly apparent. I mean, I think it was hinted that Lizzie was definitely pregnant. When the guy was like, oh, you know, you shouldn't be smoking in your condition. I think they were definitely hinting at her being pregnant. And I guess that means that it was Stevens. Alright, Steven. Show me the way. Some more dead birds here. Also really interesting that now that this apparition we're following is Stevens, look at it, it's sparking, it's much more agitated and aggressive, and you can hear a heartbeat.
Why on earth are you there? Why aren't you calling from home?
It's hard to explain. I'm having to move around to follow it. When it finds a suitable host, it begins to amplify. Sorry, I'm not making much sense.
They're talking about flu and a quarantine on the radio, but this... I know you're not that kind of doctor, but it all just sounds really weird.
We don't know exactly what it is yet, but it's got something to do with the other night.
Stephen, your face, the mark, do you think you're infected?
It's not a disease, Lizzie. It's something else. There's something Kate said about patterns. I can't grasp it clearly yet.
Okay, come over. Have some lunch. We can talk properly. Have you spoken with Kate?
She's locked herself in the observatory. She's buried in the data. But it's already out here in the world. I need to see how it adapts.
How what adapts? Stephen tried to explain.
Time's up. Lizzie, listen. Be ready. I need to go. It's moving again. I'll call you later.
Okay, I haven't heard that noise before. There's my guide. Something's not right with this house. Do you guys feel it too? Oh. This door's off its hinges.
Do you think she'll like it?
It's in an awful state, Stephen. I don't
It'll
think
be an
she'll...
adventure. It'll mean putting down roots here, maybe a family.
Are you sure she wants children? What, to stay here? It's not her place, you know.
Don't start that again, please.
I mean, she's ambitious, love, and she's, well, older. She's not going to want to stay cooped up at home looking after the kids.
Is that how you felt about me?
Oh, stop it, Stephen. That's not what I meant, and you know it. I'm just saying you should make a choice. If it's a family you want, well, you know how much Lizzie wants a family.
Jesus, Mum, I didn't come here for marriage guidance. I just asked what you thought about a fucking house.
Stephen Appleton language.
Sorry, it's just that you have to understand, Kate is the most brilliant, extraordinary, wonderful person I've ever known. She's like no one else. The way she looks at things. It's like she has whole worlds inside her head. I don't think you or anyone really understands that.
So this must have been before all of this happened with Lizzie. He became infatuated with Kate and her drive to figure out what all this was drove them apart.
Physical changes are evident. Although the butterfly burn is now faded, I can clearly see the change in my pores up close. As I record these words, I can feel myself hearing them as if for the first time, as if I'm both speaker and listener simultaneously. I am a scientist. I can only deal with the evidence I have. And this points in one simple direction. It's not in the observatory. It's in me.
Where are you going? One moment. Oh no, we've been there. So... I guess that's right. Everyone who becomes infected becomes part of this consciousness, like a hive mind, I guess.
Kate, can you hear me? Listen, I'm trying to make things right. I've isolated myself. I'm in the old bunker at the substation. Just keep this band clear. If it's still alive, I'll try and check in every hour. Kate, I've convinced them to use the gas. I didn't know how else to stop it. I couldn't save them. Kate, it's in us, too. I've made arrangements for myself after the strike, after I finish the job. You need to think of that, too. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry about it all.
So he was going around. Those symbols that we saw painted on the doors, he was going around finding out who had been infected. And Stephen wanted to remain, to make sure that everyone was dead and that there was no remnant of this thing left. He believed this to be something terrible, something to be feared. And Kate believed it to be something to be understood. I know, Steve.
No phones, you know the protocol. That doesn't matter now. It's figured out how to circumvent the telecommunications blackout. What? I didn't think it could. Kate understood. She saw how adaptable it was. How smart.
Jesus Christ, you're talking about it like it's alive.
You have to assume that everyone here is infected.
We can't know that.
We're infected. It's killed all the birds, and now it's in us. It's trying to leave the valley any way it can. The quarantine is not enough. You've got to remove the carriers. You've got to cut off its energy source, its food.
I've already told you, Stephen, I'm not going to water
You
an
have
airstrike.
to. Now it knows we're onto it. It's going to keep on spreading as fast as it can.
The quarantine and blackout will hold it in check. They've cut all of the phones out of the valley, so it's only you communicating
Aren't
out
you
now.
listening? It's figured out ways around it. Radio waves, something. All of the lines are cut, but the phones are working anyway. You've done all the right things, but it's not enough. You've got to stop it before it adapts again.
Stephen, my family, my wife and kids.
You know perfectly well what you've got to do.
I can't do it. Don't ask me to do it. You're asking me to sign their death warrant, my own family.
Damn it, don't you think I'm aware of that? I'll still be here when you drop the fucking stuff. Don't you lecture me about sacrifice, you spineless little shit! If you're so full of ideas, you come here and try dealing with it. Tell them the time when we had a choice is over. Tell them to do it. You've got to do it now.
Okay. Yeah. Steve, yeah, I thought we might be playing as Kate as well, but that's certainly something that it seems to be pointing at. In fact, I thought we were playing as Stephen up until we're here and we're seeing the story from his perspective. We could well be playing as Kate. But it still begs the question why she's the only person who is left. And I guess because she wanted to understand it and Steve wanted to destroy it. Wouldn't be a game set in England without a pub. I love the fact that you can hear the heartbeat.
You look well.
I don't. But thank you. You do. How are you settling in?
Nothing changes around here. I mean, it's great to be back. It still feels like home, I suppose. In a funny kind of way.
It's been a long time, Stephen. Last time you saw me, I could still walk properly.
You look pretty good to me.
Stop it.
For what it's worth, I'm sorry about how things worked out.
Or didn't.
Or didn't, right.
Do you think you made a mistake leaving?
My mum tells me it's never too late to change things. To put things right.
Funny. It's just what she said to me the other day. I have been wondering what she meant by that.
That's embarrassing. Sorry.
Maybe I should go.
Why?
Stephen, we're both married. I don't think this is a good idea.
What isn't? We're just two old friends having a drink, that's all.
Where are we? But I mean, Stephen was the one who inevitably convinced them to call in the airstrike, and they used a gas, which explains why everything's not blown to hell. I know, right? Curry in a pint, 50p. Apparently the end of the world will do fantastic things for prices. So it's not all bad. Where now, Stephen? Down there. Okay. This is one of the conduits. Okay, things are going to start to get pretty interesting from here on in, I think. That's a giant cigarette. You don't want to smoke one of those. Where are you?
Pressure in my eyes again. I can't move my legs, can't feel my face. When I collapsed, the light was waiting for me there. Caught me, lowered me here. Now it's pooling around my feet, watching me. The printers are spewing out page after page of zeros. It's frightened too. It'll be okay. It'll be fine. I'll look after you. It's alone. It's scared. Oh, it's traveled so far. It's okay. I can help you. We can be together now. 10 seconds to signal fusion. We can be together. 3 seconds. 2.
Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay, so Kate, I really don't know what to make of her. Like, do you go down the obvious route and just be like, well, she's crazy? But I mean, and this kind of relates to what you were saying, Steve, that she was so absorbed with this, like she locked herself in the observatory, she tirelessly worked on this, studied it, tried to understand it. From that last thing, she became almost obsessed. And when you think about that...
They closed the tunnel.
There's no trains. I've put up a sign.
The tunnel, Howard, is it closed?
I think so. I don't like it. It's not right at all.
Stop whining, it doesn't help anyone. Did you know you're bleeding?
Oh, it's this headache. It's just killing me. I haven't had a nosebleed like this since I was a kid.
But you've not been to the village?
No, I've been here the last couple of days, or at home. I've only spoken to Clive at the EMC on the phone. Well, tried to anyway, but with all the crossed lines...
But no direct contact with any other people?
No, no one. What are you talking about? What's going on?
It's the pattern. It's adapted again. It doesn't need direct contact to transfer. It's using the phones.
What do you mean, direct contact? Stephen!
Yeah, okay, that confirms why they started the quarantine. Yeah, what I was saying was, Kate became obsessed. And maybe for the right reasons, for wrong reasons, but regardless, that's going to put pressure on any relationship. And her and Steve, you know, tensions grew over the fact that he wanted to destroy this, he didn't trust it, he thought it was evil, and Kate didn't. And so I think he kind of always regretted not going back together with Lizzie. Oh. Look. Notice how agitated it is. And they cut all the trains out. We know that happened quite early on.
Darling Stephen, I don't know if you'll ever listen to this. Maybe you've decided to stay with Kate, and I can't blame you for that. But I can't wait for you either. I've got to think about the baby. And, well, I should have left a long time ago. I've run out of excuses for not leaving now. But I do love you, Stephen. And I hope you find peace one way or another. Oh, there's planes coming.
Lizzie never made it out. Steve? Steve, help me. I'm lost. Yeah, I know. I mean, Lizzie was really, so far, she's definitely the biggest casualty in all this. I mean, like, she basically spent her final days before the airstrike came in, you know, being messed around by Steve, and I know, like, he had his reasons and everything, but still. Actually, did I ever go in here? No, he couldn't. Okay, fine. Oh, I remember that place, I think. I haven't actually played BioShock Infinite, Steve. I've played the first one, and I thought it was quite good actually. But I've got the second one. And I never started it, so maybe I will. If it's anything like this, I think I'll enjoy it. Ah, this is where I tried to get to ages ago. I'm glad I didn't miss it.
It's all over the valley. Don't you get that? This isn't some abstract thing. Whatever came down into the tower has got out. They've quarantined the whole valley.
It's right here in the observatory.
It's out in the world. It's adapting and spreading. Do you understand?
No, we can't turn it away. It's come too far.
Okay, people are disappearing. Shut it down now.
No. If you won't help me, I'll do it on my own. I'm gonna route all the power back through Tower 6.
Kate!
Wait. It's trying to break through again.
Okay. Wait.
It's fine, I haven't got a problem with shooty. Shooty games are good. With the story too, that's rare. Sounds good. The thing I wonder about though is... Oh, we're coming back? The thing I wonder about is, why did Kate become so obsessed with this thing? I know it's, you know, it's something incredible and... I'm not sure I should be going this way. But I mean, why did she become so obsessed with it? Why, even if it meant risking or destroying everything she's ever known and loved. I'm not convinced this is the right idea to come back. It feels like we've moved back to sort of late afternoon as opposed to early evening. We were kind of progressing through the day. I think maybe this is just an option if you've missed anything as a shortcut. That windmill was probably one of the most heart-rending scenes, though. The promise of not being alone. Should turn back to sort of early evening. There we go. Ah, there he is. Steve, you could have come and, you know, got my attention instead of making me run all the way back there. Do you not want me to go this way? Just gonna sit there?
Jesus, man, what have you done to your face?
It's nothing. You collecting feed? Looks like the supplies haven't been coming in.
Again?
The phones are all strange. I can't pinpoint the logic of transmission.
You what? What are you doing with that paint?
Means the EMC are actually moving at the proper speed. Listen, Frank. Have you heard anything on the radio about a flu outbreak?
Doesn't seem much like flu to me.
They're shutting down access to the valley to try and isolate it. No, something about the phones. I can't put my finger on it quite yet.
What are you talking about? Hey, I'm still talking to you. Where are you going?
I don't know why, but that phone ringing, always reminds me of the Matrix. I'm in.
Hello? Hello, is there anyone there? Can anyone hear me? Clive, it's Stephen Appleton. Are you there? Can you hear me? Over. Come on, Clive, where are you? Damn it. Kate, it's Stephen. Come in Tower 6. Kate, are you there? Kate? Anyone, hello? Can anyone hear me? This is Dr. Stephen Appleton broadcasting from within the quarantine zone. Can anybody hear me? Over. Oh, God, no. No. Fucking hell, no!
It got out. It got out because of Steve. Oh my god. I wonder if that was before or after the planes though. Maybe he thought he'd destroyed it. Because if it got out, it doesn't make any sense for him to have bombed this area.
This is Catherine Collins, recording for posterity. It's all over. I don't know how long I've got. Whatever he did, whatever the planes were carrying, it's burning my lungs. Probably some kind of nerve agent. I suspect it's only exposure to the pattern that has kept me alive this long. I'm making my way to Tower 6. I'm going to fuse the signals from the optical array. I just hope I can make it.
Hang on, Steve. Oh wait, no, we've just come from that. You were right, I was wrong. Let's go. You can't give me a view and expect me not to take it.
I've never seen it.
They do, though.
You're overreacting.
Stephen, they stare at me. Yesterday I went into the village and this old woman just stopped in the middle of the street and stared at me like I had two heads.
Oh, don't be so melodramatic.
I'm like a walking freak show. Oh, this place, it's so insular. I just don't understand how you grew up here.
Well, I was very different then. And they're not so bad, really.
That's easy for you to say.
Just give it a bloody chance, Kate. This was the deal. A year here, and we could be in with a real shot at Lucia.
Stephen!
Oh, Christ, it's Lantham.
Stephen Appleton, I thought it was you. What's all this about a young wife? Oh. Hello.
Two heads, Stephen. Hi, I'm Kate.
Moving more agitated now. Where are you taking me, Stephen? Oh, God.
Appleton! What are you doing here? You thieving bastard. I knew it was you.
Listen, take everything you need. But then you have to leave. You don't understand. You can't be near me.
Painting your stupid little pictures. Stealing food. You always were a little prick.
Please, every second we're in proximity makes it worse. I'm a primary conduit.
You're a fucking disgrace. Come here!
Don't touch me, get off!
What's going on?
Come in here, lord
Jesus,
it over
Sam.
us. Thinking you're so much better
Sam,
than the
leave
rest
him.
of us.
No physical
You and your
contact.
stupid fucking missus.
stop
She's
it.
better than any of you.
Sam? Meg, please.
Don't come near me.
Meg!
Charlie!
Meg, wait!
Don't touch me!
Please, you have to understand, it was an accident! Get off her!
Let go, let's just go.
Charlie, you have to understand, it was an accident.
Just leave him. Leave him.
What have you done, Appleton, you bastard?
Come on, Charlie, let's just
Meg,
get
Charlie,
out of here.
please!
Whoa.
What?
I don't know when this fits into the timeline, but it seems like Stephen and Kate were both as desperate as each other, just in different ways.
You're a daft old bird walking all the way out here for it. You know Charlie would have dropped it off.
What, and have that stinking great lorry of his poisoning my birds? He shouldn't be driving it on these lanes. It's a hazard.
I think he was hoping he could have a word with you about Frank.
There's nothing to say.
Oh, listen, Wendy, they might all be scared of you, but that's not going to work with me. You're 68 years old. Grow up. Talk to Frank.
How dare you speak to me like that? Give me my bird feeder right now.
Promise me you'll drop by and see your brother.
Megan Holloway, give...
Not a chance. Promise me. It's for your own good, and you know it.
You are a shamelessly manipulative and difficult woman. It's no wonder Charlie adores you so much.
No wonder I do what?
No wonder you never finish what you start. I thought I told you to check the incoming stock orders. Wendy, one bird feeder for you. I'll tell Frank you'll stop by.
Oh!
Charlie, stop mooning around and stick the kettle on. Make yourself useful.
Wow. Yeah, absolutely. Everything's going down, and I don't know who I agree with more. I mean, it's easy to sort of shrug off Kate as just a nutcase, because, I mean, originally we thought Stephen was just crazy, but as the story's gone on, I mean, he seems to be the more quote-unquote normal out of him and Kate. But he's just desperate to not let this thing get out. And that's culminated in him killing someone. Stephen? Hey, buddy. Where to now?
repeating over and over to myself in the dark, eating cold food from a can with my fingers. My name is Catherine Collins. I am Catherine Collins. As if I can force the world to acknowledge my existence. Time has ceased to exist in any real terms. I'm reduced to marking out the days on the walls. Like a cave woman.
So, yeah, she's starting to lose all kind of semblance of herself. She's becoming part of this network. Yeah, welcome to England. Yeah, you're right. You're right, it does. This game is brought to you by the English Tourism Commission Board. Back to here again.
Come here, this was a mistake.
What do you want me to say? You knew what you were getting into.
Really?
Well, I'm sorry we don't measure up to your exacting standards, Dr. Collins. Maybe you just need to give us ordinary humans a break.
What? Ordinary humans like Lizzie Graves? Did you really think that I wouldn't find out? Frank told me, or did you forget there's one person in this shithole who actually talks to me?
Kate, it was just a drink.
Don't bother, Stephen!
Oh, for Christ's sake. Kate, slow down.
You were engaged to her, Stephen. You nearly married her.
Oh, come on, it was just a drink.
Then why the hell did you lie to me about it?
Because I knew you'd be mad and then it would end up in a row. You wanted to focus on the event tonight.
Oh, so you were actually doing me a favor. Wow, I guess I just forgot to say thank you. Do not treat me like I'm an idiot.
You're overreacting. I know you're stressed.
Just don't. You keep away from me. I'm not gonna let you ruin this for me.
Kate. Kate, come on, this is crazy.
Whoa. So maybe she wasn't over the edge when she found out. Maybe Steve is just a dick. Oh my god. This is it, this is... Whoa. Okay. Shit's about to get pretty real. This is where Stephen was staying. He was in the bunker. Oh.
When I was a kid, my dad found a fox. It had been hit by a car and couldn't walk anymore. My mum went spare, of course. Made him keep it in the shed. He was already slipping away from us then. He spent hours without Fox, telling it all about Italy and the villages they bombed there. I was jealous, I think. That the Fox got more of my dad than I did. But it was dying, that was clear. So one day, I snuck out, took it a sandwich for food. I was only 8. When it bit me, I remember the anger, the shock, the hurt. Running in, screaming from the garden. My mum panicking about rabies. My dad beat it to death with a spade. Later I found him crying. I'd done it, Ken's son. That's what he said. I'd done it, Ken, it was hurting you. That's just a poor, dumb, dying animal. It doesn't know it's hurting us. Christ help us, it's left the valley. It's everywhere now. It's been 3 hours since the planes went over. I haven't been able to reach anyone on the shortwave. I'm beginning to think I may have made a terrible miscalculation.
Whoa. So he did understand all along. It didn't mean us any harm. Or it sounds like he knew anyway. Okay, Stephen.
What are you? You understand me, don't you? Well, there's no one left. Just me. You know what this is? What I'm gonna do? You want light? Fine. I'll give you light. After me, there's no one. You'll be all alone again. Forever. Like before. You've taken everyone I've ever loved from me. You've made me do things I never even thought I was capable of. But if you think I'm coming with you... Kate? Wait. Stop. Kate.
This is Catherine Collins. I don't know if anyone will ever hear this. It's all over. I'm the only one left.
Holy shit indeed. And also, NanoNap, welcome to the stream. In the Mouth of Madness was priceless. It came just before one of the most powerful scenes of the game, and it pretty much made me laugh during a guy, you know, making the ultimate sacrifice. That was pretty intense, but yeah, I never thought that Steve would have done that. And here we are as Kate. No light. Which suggests, I think, what we considered from the start. Wow. So Kate. Okay. No. There we are. I feel like, you know, you're infected with probably the thing that's going to wipe out mankind. I feel like burning yourself alive. You're right, NanoNap. I don't think it's the brightest thing to do. Jesus Christ, these guys. This weirdly reminds me of like the end of Assassin's Creed 1.
On the plane, Stephen leaned across me and pointed out the window. Down there, he said. That's home. But all I saw were patches of color. I don't think until this moment that I understood that one could contain the other so completely.
Okay. Anyone a astrophysicist in the house by any chance? Shed a little light on what I'm looking at. I'm still struggling to see why Kate became so attached to this. I mean, it seems as though it shows you things that you want to see, like Steve saw Kate. Nonsense, NanoNap. Everyone knows scientists just make recordings of themselves and leave them all over. And yeah. Also, I guess the end of the world's coming, you know. You might as well scroll it down somewhere. Oh. Okay, Tower 4. Tower 6 is where shit really went down, so I guess that's the last one. The Astrophysics Journal of Asphalt.
I watched the pattern lean in and time slow to almost nothing. I saw the flame leap from Stephen's hand and the moment hang in the air forever. I watched his face. And in the last second, I almost believe he saw me. He wasn't frightened or angry. I remember his expression, just like I remember it from the first time, early that morning when he woke and, still half sleeping, said, "God, I love you." And I loved him as he entered the fire. And I let him go, knowing I wasn't ready to join him. We have held time to ourselves here in this place. Held the light to the ground because we were afraid of the coming dark. But now we understand that to cling to the light is not living. I've spent my life watching the illumination from a million dead stars reaching for me without grasping this meaning. The light we cast transcends our death. The pattern made by our living creates a bridge across the dark.
That's really interesting. So, we kind of were right earlier when we were talking, Stephen. They obviously share a consciousness, everyone who's been affected by this. It's not quite the Northern Lights, but I'll take it. Volume 2 of the journal. Oh. No. I thought I saw the butterfly thing.
It reaches out from the shadow of the tower, across the observatory, over the valley, and consumes the world. Everything is light now. Everything has come to rest. The world is scored by the traces we carved into it. Our presence is everywhere, the bridge joining our stories. This world existed before we came to it, and it will continue without us. In the empty fields and houses, our traces radiate, and others will come to dance in the light we cast. We can slip away gently, unafraid, knowing that everything will continue.
Really interesting because, yeah, like she said, you know, stars, the stars we see, it's all actually, those stars died some time ago. Let me go back to Tower 5. Yeah, it's hard to tell. It really depends where they go with it. I'm not convinced as of yet. I mean, I think it's been a hell of a ride so far, but it really depends how they're going to end it and what the lasting impression is and how they tie it all together. I think the thing that you got to remember is that the game titled "Everybody's Gone to the Rapture," there's going to be, you know, some sort of connotation with afterlife and death. I thought it was going to be a lot more religious than it has been, which is, I'm kind of glad it hasn't gone down that route, but yeah, I'm Tower 6, here we go. And I just hope that they finish strong as they've been going so far. It's the observatory where it all started. You're probably right, Steve. You're probably right. Well, why would you put lights out there if you didn't want me to go to them? Players like shiny things. Be the fucking worst ending ever. Okay. No, I think there will. I don't know. I think there'll be some answers, but it won't be conclusive. Oh, fuck.
The end is coming now. I'm not afraid. We have each other. We lived apart from them. We understand now our failure to touch, to belong. But it doesn't matter anymore. Everybody is gone, and we will join them. We are born apart, driftwood on the banks of an endless dark ocean, and we will be carried away by the swell soon enough. But in between, in the single day of living, that dancing in a strip of sunlight, we can find what we miss. The love that makes us whole. The imminence. Everybody found their other. This pattern is mine.
Now everything has come to rest. The end has come and now
Hi there. If you're listening to this, it means you've come to the end of what is probably one of the longest videos I'll ever do. Maybe. Which is amazing, so pat yourself on the back. The second thing I want to say is that by this point on the original recording on Twitch, the audio is actually muted. So what I'll do instead is I'll leave some of the music that we've already heard during the game for the credits, which I do think deserve to be displayed at this point. And the last thing there is for me to say is just thank you so much for watching this video, and I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did making it. Have yourself a lovely day. I've been Mars and Machines. Over and out.